night, David Ortiz made history at Tropicana Field, becoming just the 27th player to reach the 500 home run plateau. Today, left-hander Drew Smyly looks to continue his domination of the AL East and lead the Rays to a series victory. The Red Sox and the Rays on Sun Sports next. This afternoon, we welcome you inside Tropicana Field. The Rays and the Red Sox will draw the curtain on this three-game series. For the Rays, the homestand will continue with two more clubs coming in. But today, the Rays focusing on trying to win this series from Boston. Hi again, everyone, and welcome to an afternoon of Rays baseball with Brian Anderson. Dwayne Stats, great to have you aboard. Well, the Rays dropped last night's game after winning the opener. And so this afternoon, trying to take 2 out of 3. And they again look to Evan Longoria, who, by the way, has hit safely in 13 consecutive games against Boston. 13 of the 14 played between these two teams.
Yeah, and for Evan Longoria, things are adding up right now because he's been hot lately overall against everybody. Then you go to Boston specifically, and it's been 13 in a row. And look at the damage that he's done. The average at 392. 11 extra base hits, 8 doubles, 3 home runs. He's scored 12 runs. You know, this is a guy that flourishes in the big moment. And I'll tell you something, with Rich Hill on the mound today for the Boston Red Sox, it further sets up well because Evan is hitting 361 against left-handed pitching this year. So hopefully he can continue that on today, come up big for the Rays, and they can close out this series with a series victory. Now, on the other side, Mookie Betts, 17-game hitting streak, and we saw last night the reason why you're not surprised by that. His offensive skill set is something else. We saw the infield hit, the ability to steal a bag. We saw him hit a home run. He has so many different ways that he can hurt you that it's tough to hold this guy down, and you can see a lot of extra base hits. He's scoring a lot of runs right now for a very hot offense. Rays are going to have to slow him down at the top of that order.
And Drew Smyly will attempt to do that. His career against the Red Sox in 4 prior starts, 2-1 with a 2.54 earned run average. Rays and the Red Sox have divided those 14 games right down the middle, 7 up and 7 down. Last night it was David Ortiz taking center stage with not 1 but 2 home runs to get to 500. Todd Callis has more on that.
David Ortiz deposited home runs 499 and 500 of his major league career. We get you ready for Sunday afternoon baseball between the Red Sox and the Rays. Couple of lefties, Rich Hill for Boston, Drew Smyly for Tampa Bay. Since this building opened up in 1998 for Major League Baseball, no visiting player has hit more home runs than David Ortiz. 31 coming into last night's game, and he would have 32 and 33. But the more impressive numbers, the career numbers. First fastball, home run, his first at bat. That was a 3-run shot en route to a Boston 10-4 win. Then a breaking ball here that Ortiz sends over the wall. That was the magical 500th home run, becoming the 27th player in Major League history to reach 500 in a career. Ortiz with the celebration at home plate and then greeted by his teammates coming out of the dugout and down the line from the bullpen. Here we see in our Toyota trend, he is one of 4 players ever to hit 500 or more home runs and have 3 World Series rings or more. The Bambino, Babe Ruth, Reggie Jackson, Mickey Mantle, and now David Ortiz can add his name to that list of sluggers. We're ready for baseball on a 3-minute and 5-second wait until Drew Smyly delivers that first pitch to Mookie Betts. We're ready for baseball. Dwayne Stats and Brian Anderson will have the call. Enjoy all the action right here on Sun Sports.
We are set to play baseball here at Tropicana Field this afternoon. Rays and the Red Sox in the final game of this series. Rays will see the Red Sox one other time, and that's up at Fenway. First pitch of this game is a strike call. Mookie Betts leading it off, and that first pitch presented by Pinch a Penny. There's a strike on the outside edge. So Drew Smyly quickly ahead of Betts, 0-2. Right back foul. So as we mentioned in the opening, Mookie Betts opens this game with a 17-game hitting streak. Currently the longest active hitting streak in the big leagues. Did he go? Yes, he did. He is out on strikes. And that's the way this one begins as we take a look at the rest of the lineup presented by your Southern Ford dealers. Dustin Pedroia will hit second, and then Xander Bogaerts. That's Travis Shaw in the cleanup spot. Rusney Castillo follows him. Craig Marrero-Leon and Bradley Jr. completing the lineup for the Red Sox. First pitch strike to Pedroia.
I like Drew Smyly already setting a nice pace here. Get it, pick the pitch, and then execute.
Outside of third, foul.
That's such an odd year for Drew Smyly. Coming out of spring training, was slowed a little bit then, made 3 starts, went on the DL with the labrum, now has come back. This is his 6th start since coming back. He's 2-1 with a 4.15 in the previous 5.
Down and in, 1 ball, 2 strikes.
And like you would probably expect, since he's come back, he has, really every other start. It's been, a bad one, a good one. Not so good, very good. It's back and forth in line today for a very good start if that keeps pace. But that has been what Drew Smyly has been dealing with, just a little bit of inconsistency as he's working his way back.
It's 2-2 with Pedroia. And he gets him. A foul tip strikeout. So 2 up, 2 down, a couple strikeouts to start this game.
And looking very sharp early. Eventually he will get the defense involved, and we'll see how it's going to line up. Brought to you by BMW. In the outfield left to right, we have Geyer, Kiermaier, and Souza Jr. And across that infield third to first, Longoria, Beckham, Forsythe, and Schaefer with J. Pierre and Sebia behind the plate.
Bogaerts continues to be a hot hitter. Takes the fastball away. Coming in hitting .320. And a check in time.
And we will see Rays pitching, specifically today, Drew Smyly, work Bogaerts on both sides of the plate. You just can't stay away from him anymore. He's more than willing to shoot that ball the other way and take his base hits, hence the very high average.
Yeah, it's made all the difference in the world for him. And it's been sustained over about the last 4 months. It's a strike there on 3-0. The right side, that's headed out of play. Schaefer over to give it a chase, but no chance. And the count is full. Travis Shaw on deck. Into short right. Souza coming on and cannot make the catch. Souza appeared for a moment that he was going to grab that one, sinking on him. His glove was there, couldn't execute the catch.
You wonder if Souza Jr. continued to run through this play, if he could have just caught it standing up. You see how he'll pull up right there and then kind of go into the slide, and that ball still had some air underneath it. Not an easy play by any means, but I'll guarantee you it's a play that Souza Jr. will tell you he should have made.
Yeah, they're going to give him a hit, but I'm with you. Souza will tell you, I should have caught that one. There's Travis Shaw. Runner takes off and no play. Ball pops away from Aaron Sebia. Bogaerts picks up his 8th steal in 9 attempts.
He'll pick his spot. 2 outs. Why not? Try to get into scoring position. You got a left-hander on the mound, and as soon as he moves that front leg, you are off to the races.
Ball, one strike. You have Shaw up here, who has hit as well or better against left-handed pitching than right-handed pitching.
Well, the only way that you can do that is if you stay in. You've got an open stance, but you've got to close and stay closed, or you've got no chance. Because most of the time, as a left-handed pitcher against a left-handed hitter, you're going to try to work that ball down and away at an angle. You want him to try and pull that pitch, but if you're going to have a high average left on left, you've got to stay closed and keep that front shoulder buried.
There goes Bogaerts again. A swing and a miss. So Travis Shaw's out on strikes. Smiley strikes out the side. He got Betts swinging. He got Pedroia swinging. And Travis Shaw out on strikes as well. Bottom of the first coming. Take a look at the starting lineup for the Rays, presented by your Southern Ford dealers. Brandon Geyer, then Mikey Montook and Evan Longoria. Forsythe, Souza Jr. and Beckham down the middle. Schaefer, Kiermaier, and Aaron Sebia rounding out the lineup for Kevin Cash.
Well, it has been a long road back to the starting rotation or making a start for Rich Hill. This is his first start since July of 2009.
35 years old, and the first pitch is a fastball inside to Geyer. Popper up the right side. Shaw in foul territory, but it's out of reach. And it's 1-1.
Well, the last couple of years, he's been able to log a few innings out of the bullpen. You can see his career numbers, 197 games. 24 and 22 record, but this year started in independent ball, had two different stints in AAA with Syracuse and Pawtucket, and now here making a start at the Trop.
2-1. Yeah, he pitched 11 innings for the Long Island Ducks. So 11 innings in Long Island, not really long enough for a cup of coffee, more like an iced tea in Long Island. High popper foul, and that ball's going to be caught by Leon.
Maybe later today we can share one. Let's go ahead and set that Boston Red Sox defense for you eventually. You want to jump in?
I'm just going to say I look forward to it.
Me too. Brought to you by BMW. In the outfield, left and right, we have Rusney, Castillo, Mookie Betts, and Jackie Bradley Jr. And across that infield, third to first, Marrero, Bogaerts, Pedroia, and Shaw, with Sandy Leon getting the call behind the plate.
This is Mikey Montook. Pitch is away. You saw the win total 24 wins, 11 of those came in 07 when he came up with the Cubs. It's a ball and a strike. Rich Hill, originally drafted by the Cubs in 02, made it to the big leagues in 05, and in 07 his really first full year, went 11-8. Now 2-1. Montook with 4 home runs in the 23 games he's played for the Rays.
Now, we've seen him take some aggressive hacks. We've seen him have some extended at-bats. He's done some really nice things for the Rays and getting some more regular playing time with all these left-handers they've been facing. May face another one here tomorrow night.
Yeah, the Yankees in. CC Sabathia supposed to be on the mound. And today they face Rich Hill. Evan Longoria waiting on deck.
Ooh.
And that is strike 3 called a breaking ball.
You know what? This is going to be one of those starts where, unless Rich Hill's making a lot of mistakes early, the Rays are going to have to. It'll take them time through the order. Look at this breaking ball here. Starts well off the plate, and he takes it right to the middle. And all Mikey Matzo could do was watch it come in and realize that was strike 3. So it may be the second time through the order before you start to see the Rays really get on to what he's doing, unless he's leaving a lot of fastballs out over the plate.
There's a fastball away off the plate to Longoria, 1-0. And when Hill first came up, it was that curveball that most people focused on. Big breaking curveball.
Well, and with his arm angle, he gets depth and sweep with it.
Popped up, foul. Leon after this one. Will he have room? Just enough to make the catch. And the Rays are up and down 1-2-3. On to the second inning, no score. Today brought to you by Clean Crisp Coors Light. How about Drew Smyly inside the American League East? And when you go all the way back to 1969, that list would include one of our favorites, Jim Palmer. But Smyly topping that list. Alex Cobb's on there as well.
Well, he has done impressive work. A lot of that, since coming over to the Rays, obviously he's going to see a lot of the American League East, and the adjustments that he's made with the Rays has allowed him
to put up those kind of numbers. And you think specifically about that elevated fastball.
Castillo sending one into right. That's going to drop in front of Souza Jr. Castillo is aboard.
Well, I don't know of a more frustrating way to give up a hit than to make a pitch. As a pitcher, what are you looking to do? Miss the barrel. You miss the barrel, you get really poor contact here from Castillo. A ball that's in off the label, and it still finds its way into the outfield.
I don't know exactly what this says, but Castillo has really been rejuvenated in this last stretch with the Red Sox. He's hitting .282, and he's stealing a few bases. He's driving in some runs and collecting some extra base hits. He's also collecting infield hits. 18 of his hits have been infield hits, and it's not as if he's going to beat out every ground ball. And then that little looper that fell in front of Souza.
You think about all those, if you are able to somehow get infield hits, and we've talked about, with Kevin Kiermaier, becoming an everyday center fielder, the ability to just, with 2 strikes off a tough lefty, slap the ball, put it into play, and beat it out with your legs. What you'll do for your average and your on base, and that, for that matter, the opportunities for your teammates.
Well, you're absolutely right about that. It goes back to that old story about bunting. The difference between hitting .250 and .300 would be 1 bunt hit a week. Well, these aren't necessarily bunt hits, but they're infield hits for Castillo. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Castillo came into this game with 34 hits, 18 infield hits.
That's hard to believe.
Yeah, it just popped right out. Are you?
Yeah, when have you ever
sure
heard,
that's right?
Yeah, that's exactly what I would wonder. More than 50% of your hits are infield hits. Somebody fall on their typewriter, put an extra 1 in there. That would be an amazing stat. That over 50% of your hits are infield hits.
Let's take a look.
I think someone leaned on the keyboard.
Well, he's been in 63 games. Well, he's got part of that's he's got 58 hits total. So
it's still a pretty high percentage.
Yeah, and you're still looking at roughly a third.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Of his hits. So that's a high total any way you look at it. 18 out of 58.
Think about if you had a 200 hit season, 60, 65 infield.
Yeah,
that's high.
Up the right side, that ball is foul just beyond the bullpen mound.
And we're only beating this dead horse because this has been the year of math, and so we're really trying to get to the bottom of the numbers.
Well, that's just a number. I mean, this club has been hitting and hitting and hitting.
Yeah.
And they're really looking at Castillo, Betts, and Bradley in some formation in that outfield. So you wonder, out of coming in 62 hits, 18 infield hits, what that tells you. Just outside a third, foul.
It would tell me that everything is going their way.
Yeah.
And it seems like, each guy that we talk about in some capacity is getting it done on the offensive end. But this is a team since late July that's hitting 300 as a team. That's pretty incredible.
And there you are. First 2 teams since August 1st in team average here, the Red Sox and the Rays. 2-2 now on Allen Craig. Smiley struck out the side in the first inning, gave up the blooping single to right. Left him on. Now Castillo dropped one into right. He's headed to second, and the pitch is foul. So the Red Sox on the bases, very aggressive here against Smiley. Runner goes again, and the pitch hit on the ground. Recovery by Forsythe to make the play at first, and a nice job by Logan Forsythe. He was on his way to cover second and had to reverse his field.
Another foot or two, and Red Sox have first and third. You see Logan, he's able to recover, change of direction, glove that baseball, and throw out Craig at first base. That's an outstanding job of going to cover the bag and all of a sudden, having to keep your eyes also on the play coming out of the batter's box. Two things at once. Good multitasker.
The Red Sox have decided they can be aggressive on the bases here with Smiley on the hill.
Yes, they have. You're right. They've set that tone early. Bogarts with 2 outs in the first inning. Castillo, a man in motion there. Drew Smiley, left-handed, tall. He's lanky. Sometimes, it'll take him a bit to get into his delivery. So even with that modified leg kick that we saw right there, it still is deliberate. It's not a high leg kick, but it still takes time for his arm to get through its swing path and get up to the release point.
2-0 the count. Marrero playing third, hitting seventh. And he just missed there for ball 3, 3-0. It's in there for strike. Red Sox for the second straight inning with a man in scoring position. This time with 1 out. And that's a strike. There's Angel Hernandez. Full count. Job to come back from being behind in the count to get Marrero.
Well, and a full count fastball, middle of the plate down, and Marrero gets really long with this swing. Look how long and loopy that swing gets, and he just ends up getting underneath that baseball. File that away for the next time you see him.
Sandy Leon, the catcher. Switch hitter, batting 187. This pitch down and in. Two and nothing. Leadoff single by Castillo. He was breaking on a ground ball to the right side. Craig thrown out at first. Castillo moving into scoring position. That just ahead of the strikeout of Devin Marrero. Smiley behind the catcher Leon. Two and one. Leon known more for his catching and especially his arm. He has a very good arm. And that is what brings him to the big leagues, his work behind the plate.
And that's, almost universal at this point. That's what you're looking for. It used to be you were trying to find offensive catchers, guys that could bang home. You think Mike Piazza, what he could do offensively. But the game's not quite built like that now, and a lot of it is run prevention. And if you get guys back there that work well with the pitching staff, receive well, get borderline calls, can catch and throw, neutralize a running game, they're just as valuable as the big slugging catchers. And if you can do both and you're a switch hitter, you're the best player in the league.
Yeah. It's 2-2 now to Leon. And there goes Castillo on a swing and a miss. So Leon is out on strikes. Missed the fastball. No runs ahead, the man left. Bottom of the second inning coming, no score. Today, the Rays up for Juan in the Rays Helios Scholarship Program. Juan, a senior at the top of his class in the IB program at Gulf High School and an active leader in his school and community, was selected as the Rays Helios Scholarship recipient in 2013. First pitch to Logan Forsythe is a ball wide. Forsythe, then Souza Jr. and Beckham. Two balls and a strike. Three most popular players right now on the Rays are Geyer, Matuk, and Longoria, because everybody right now is picking their brain. Where's the release point? What's the ball look like coming out of the hand? The break, trying to get any kind of information they can out of Rich Hill. And there's that breaking ball, that curveball again. Strike three call. Very similar to the Matuk curveball. He starts his pitch off the plate away, and then watch it just continue to track. And Leon doing a nice job of catching that ball back close to the chest protector, so he lets it travel a long way, and that presents it very well to Angel Hernandez. Now Steven Souza Jr. takes a fastball off the plate. Fastball in the neighborhood of 90, 91. That curveball mid-70s. A big difference.
He gets a little bit of arm side run. He's got an awkward, kind of like that lower three-quarter arm angle. He's 6'5" tall. You think about Drew Smyly coming straight over the top. Rich Hill a little bit further out there, trying to create some angles.
Picks up a strike zone up a bit there. It's 2-1. Inside, 3 balls and a strike. Rich Hill was naturally right-handed. And when he was about 4, his older brother John taught him to be left-handed. So he wound up going to the University of Michigan, drafted by the Cubs. Ground ball right side. Pedroia makes the pickup. 2 up, 2 down. So he's a right-handed lefty out there.
Shortstop, number 1, Tampa.
And he's spent parts of 10 years, I guess, in the big leagues.
Oh, yeah.
And now back after an absence and getting this start here with the Red Sox.
They had 1 full year of starting, and that was years and years ago.
Yeah, that would have been in 07.
Yeah. 195 innings, I think, thereabouts on that season.
Made 32 starts.
It's a full year.
So you would think he would be a candidate then to throw right-handed at some point.
Venditti.
Yeah, another one.
The Venditti project.
Hey, be interesting. 2-0. Might be a little late to start that, though.
Let's just try to make what we can out of
the left side here.
Yeah, left side at 35 years old. I mean, it's been, how about since 09, July of 09 against the Kansas City Royals. He was with the Baltimore Orioles. That's the last time he started a big league game. That's a long time coming.
Beckham draws a 4-pitch walk. Richie Schaefer's going to hit now. Richie Schaefer with 3 home runs. He connected in the 8th inning last night in a fastball out to right field. Facing Hill. And there's the big cut by Schaefer. Strike 1. Oh, 2. Boston coming in, having won 6 of its last 8 games. And they've outscored the opposition in that stretch, 58-34. So they're getting not only good hitting, but good pitching in this stretch.
They really have. The starters have been doing the job, and combined with that offense, they put themselves into position to win. You liked that, didn't you?
You're so smooth.
Just a hatchet job on my part.
Available online. A ball, 2 strikes. Beckham back in. So the Rays with their first base runner. Hill with a little stroll around the hill, ahead in the count against Richie Schaefer. time granted. Hill had made 5 starts in the minor leagues at the AAA level this year, 3-2 with a 278 there. And strike 3 called. Hill picks up his 3rd strikeout. We go to the 3rd inning, scoreless.
Has a good defense playing behind him. That's one of the tenets of Rays baseball, and it's easy to forget Evan Longoria, Asdrubal Cabrera, and Logan Forsythe, as hot as they've been offensively the last 6+ weeks, they've been that outstanding defensively all year. Consider this, guys, all 3 players in the top 10 in the American League in fielding percentage and fewest errors committed. They're the only team that has those 3 positions with those 2 categories in the top 10, besides the American League champion, Kansas City Royals. All 3 guys deserving of Gold Glove recognition, guys.
All right, that's a great report on the Rays infield right there. When you put those guys and the work they've done with Kevin Kiermaier in center field, that's some great defensive work.
Well, it goes back to that run prevention. By the way, that's 3/4 of your infield. That other quarter, a lot of times manned by James Loney.
Yep.
I'll take him too. So you think about the infield defense, and then you think about Kiermaier and what he allows the Rays to do with the corner outfielders because of the range that he gives you and where you can position him. And we know the Rays are good at defensive positioning. I mean, how do you give him a hit?
There's a reach by Bradley Jr. And he is out on the toss down to first to Schaefer. So the first time through the order, that's 6 strikeouts for Drew Smyly.
Yeah, how about that? And some of these, think about the strikeouts on Marrero and Leon. I mean, fastballs, knee high, middle of the plate, and missed badly. It's like these Boston hitters just not able to pick the ball up out of the hand of Drew Smyly right now, or not pick it up well enough.
So the second time through, here's Mookie Betts.
You've had awkward swings and a fair amount of chases.
Strike on the outside corner. One thing about Smyly, he does give you that leg kick, and he doesn't show you the baseball until late in the process. That's a broken bat and a base hit in the left, out of the reach of Beckham.
Well, that's 18 straight now. Mookie Betts, we talked about him in the open. 17-game hitting streak. We saw how he hurt the Rays last night with his speed and with his power.
Yeah, he's a fun player to watch.
And watch him right now as he may attempt to steal second base, as aggressive as the Red Sox have been off Smyly.
Yeah, he has 18 steals, and the Red Sox setting the pace at least in terms of their approach on the bases, with Bogaerts and again Castillo in the first and second innings. And a toss over there. Now he's going to have to stop some runners. Smiley is, because they are of a mind to take off.
And that's a big lead. That's a big lead. We talk about the cutout here at Tropicana Field. And when you get that left foot out there, even with that cut, that's an aggressive lead. And this is what I'm talking about right here. When that left foot gets into that area, it was really well drawn. You see how he keeps now that left foot right at that cut, right at the edge.
Two and 0.
I need to get myself a stylus for the telestrator, because that was awful.
I think I might have one. I'll try to dig it out. We'll see if it works.
I would appreciate it.
Foul ball, now 2-1. Let me check. I'll be right back.
All right. I'll take it from here.
Okay. I'm back. Is green okay?
Green's good.
Will that work?
Green is always good.
I knew it was your favorite color.
Hold on. Let's try it again. Go for it. Oh. Yes.
There's a strike on the outside corner.
Now that was well placed. Drew Smiley straight downhill, straight to the outside corner. Get that second strike. Big difference between 3-1 and 2-2. As you see, this will be the target line right here for Mookie Betts. And that left foot, you see him keep creeping out towards it.
Check swing and a one-hopper down to first. Schaefer's going to run it back to the bag. Betts will move into second base on the second out of the inning.
Number 2, Xander Bogaerts.
2 outs with a man in scoring position for the third straight inning. The Red Sox have placed a man out there. And now it's Xander Bogaerts. And he's been very good with men in scoring position. So a challenge now for Smiley. Bogaerts with the base hit his first time. 3 of 8 lifetime against Smiley. One ball, no strikes. Making his 9th start, second time against the Red Sox this year. Covered up by Aaron Sebia. Nice job. 2-0.
Well, and here's the thing, you can pitch Bogaerts a little more carefully here today's ball game with David Ortiz not lurking behind him. So he may not see, you take your focus from David Ortiz is not going to beat us to maybe Xander Bogaerts is not going to beat us in today's game.
Mookie Betts, the runner at second base. And 3-0, the count to Bogaerts.
And really none of the 3 pitches have been close. They have been, once he fell behind, it's kind of picking right now. Be careful, he probably will have the green light here on a 3-0 count. So
and that is a strike, caught the inside part. 3-1. Step back and then a step out by Smiley and then Bogaerts. And it's too low. 3-1. He went breaking ball, gives up his first walk of the day. With first base open, Bogaerts takes over there. Now it'll be Travis Shaw. Shaw's been tough on Rays pitching, including a home run last night in the 7th inning. He's been tough against left-handed pitching.
Well, and what did he do? He stayed close. He's strong enough and confident enough that he can have success going the other way, and he drove that out to left center field, which is deep. Left on left to go where he went. Impressive.
Runners take off. The pitch is down. Throw to second. Safe there. And the Red Sox pull off a double steal. Betts to third. Bogaerts to second. So they continue to be extremely aggressive on the bases.
Well, up with the throw, coming down. Tim Beckham with the sweep. Let's see how close this was. Bogaerts sliding in towards the back of the bag. Now it just comes up empty. Swing and a miss. Tried to sell it.
So 3 stolen bases in this game already for Boston. 1-0 the count to Shaw. Now with 2 men in scoring position. Chopped down to first. Schaefer's going to make the play unassisted. Red Sox lead 2. They've stranded 4. We're headed into the bottom of the 3rd inning. Drew Smiley and Rich Hill in a scoreless game. By Toyota. Let's go places. By Outback Steakhouse curbside takeaway. Order online at Outback.com. And by Morgan Auto Group. Make it Morgan. We make it happen. Red Sox have had runners all over the bases. No score. Rays with 1 base runner on the walk to Beckham in the 2nd. Kevin Kiermaier in to lead off against the 35-year-old lefty Rich Hill. Fastball is outside. 1 ball, no strikes. Again, Hill making his first start since the 27th of July, 2009. That was against Kansas City when he pitched for Baltimore. Fly ball into right. Bradley will come in and make the catch.
Yeah, how about sweeping that breaking ball right there? Started that ball in off the plate against Kiermaier and broke it so far away from him that he hit it right off the end of the bat and cracked the bat. You can see he's still feeling that in that left hand. Watch this thing just take off. Look at where it starts. By the time contact is made, boy, he barely is able to get that right off the end of the bat. You see the bat's already cracked. May not have felt very good on that thumb either.
Yeah, you could see some of the reaction in his face.
Now that's the thing with wooden bats. They are unforgiving. If you make sweet contact, it's like when you hit that golf ball crisp, you don't feel anything. But see right there, and he's talking about that ball off the end of the bat and what it did. Maybe a splinter from when that bat cracked.
I think that's what he got.
Yeah. But if you don't hit that ball, you hit that ball on the handle, off the end, I mean, it just rattles in your hands.
Foul ball straight back. Mike Hogan, our statistician, under fire there. Stand your ground, catch it. That ball just off the facing of the booth just above us here. It's a chopper and it's a foul ball. So apparently anything off Aaron Sebia's bat, fair or foul, is hit hard, including that foul ball back in this direction.
He only knows one speed, one swing style.
Yep.
I'll tell you, he has made his presence felt, though, in this lineup.
Well, he's done everything. You know, he's a veteran guy. He's been around, spent most of the year at AAA, hit 22 home runs down there. And it's a great opportunity for him getting this call. And, boy, pitch stays up and the count is full. He has taken full advantage of it. And he's even had the Rays staff, Kevin Cash, who knows something about catching, talking about the job he's done behind the plate. Ground ball toward the hold. It's short and will get away from Bogaerts. He tried to reach down and backhand that one, and he cannot make the pickup on it.
Well, and with the catcher running in Aaron Sebia, Bogaerts got to that ball quick enough that if he makes the play, he's going to make a little running one-legged throw, and that ball able to sneak under the glove and would have gone out into left field if it wasn't for the right foot of Bogaerts.
Well, Aaron Sebia is going to get a hit out of that. First hit for the Rays, their second base runner. And here's Brandon Guyer. Guyer here for the second time. Our big matchup there, brought to you by Buick, and since the 1st of August he's been very hot. 326.
Getting a lot of playing time against lefties, a lot of times, most of the time, in that leadoff spot. And this is where I would expect the Rays to make a move on Hill. Second time through, everybody's now seen him. He's been giving them a steady diet of the fastball, both sides, and that hook.
And with that, he's ahead of Guyer 1 and 2.
Yeah, swinging and missing at both of them. The fastball, there was a 73-mile-an-hour curveball. And that has been really exclusively what Hill has gone with. some variation. One thing he has done is changed his locations and moved the ball around.
Shot into the seats, foul.
Swing now. Boy, kind of gets you in between. 89 miles an hour, and Brandon Guyer did something just to foul that pitch off. Look at how he just back and forth pitches you.
And a foul tip strikeout. Got him with the fastball.
And Brandon Guyer was sitting on the curveball. You could tell by the swing, as late as it was like an emergency hack. He's thinking curveball, and then fastball, and then try to get the bat there, and just was not able to do that.
Mikey Matuk. Sebia, the base runner. Want to know the count. Ball too high. In there for a strike for a ball, and it's 1-1. Oh, that one got him. Trying to come in with a fastball, and he hits Montour.
I mean, I guess you could say he yanked this. They wanted that ball middle. I don't think there's any reason for that in that situation. But if you didn't know any better and just watch the pitch where the catcher was, knowing the command that Hills had today, you'd say that was on purpose. I don't think that it was. It didn't look right. And you certainly wouldn't want to put a runner in scoring position in a scoreless game either, with this guy coming to the plate.
Evan Longoria sits safely in the last 13 games against the Red Sox. Ball, no strikes to Evan. Rays get their first scoring opportunity. Pitch left wide. Off speed.
No, and what Rich Hill is doing now is overthrowing. He tried to overthrow that curveball. We've seen the good ones in that 73 to 75 range. Tried to jump on that. No break.
Ooh, it's popped up, and Longoria not happy with himself on that fastball. It's caught by Shaw, and Longoria out number 3. Rays lead 2. No score. fan photo. Use hashtag #SSDataStrongFan, and you just might see yourself in an upcoming broadcast brought to you by T-Mobile. Rusney Castillo is going to lead off the fourth. And there's a strike. Speaking of breaking balls, there's one from Smiley. Ball, one strike. Smiley has given up 3 singles and a walk and has 6 strikeouts through the first 3 innings. 1-1 now to Castillo, and that's cut and a miss. Two balls, 2 strikes. Castillo dropped a base hit into shallow right field in the second inning.
Now Drew Smiley got away with a breaking ball right there. Hung one out over the middle of the plate about thigh high. Castillo missed it. Drew Smiley right now thankful for that. Now going to make the adjustment. You expect a high quality pitch here.
Ooh. This is in 3-2. Speaking of that, Evan Longoria really thought he had a pitch to hit 2-0 in the bottom of the third.
I think you could hear him yelling at himself as he made contact up here.
And there's ball 4. Down and in. Leadoff walk. Well, the Red Sox continue to get base runners, and again, they have been aggressive on the bases so far today.
Castillo, another guy that will run. This has been a different Boston team that the Rays are accustomed to seeing. First of all, swinging the bats well, aggressive on the base paths, and a lot of youth.
Now they have it picked off, throw down to second, and out at second with Beckham putting the tag on Castillo.
And guess what? That was a great job by Richie Schaefer to clear. As a right-handed thrower, you don't have the benefit of throwing with the left hand and creating your own angle. So watch him come off the bag and get some room to maneuver so he can fire this bullet down to Beckham covering. That's a great job. See that? He's able to create his own angle to get that ball down to second base by coming off that bag aggressively. That's a great job by Richie Schaefer, who has not been playing a whole lot of first base.
And Smiley taking advantage of the aggressive nature of this Red Sox team on the bases today. So he gets the pickoff caught stealing there. You know, he had 7 of those last year, Smiley.
And that's how he'll get them. He won't get them because his move's great. He'll get them because they're taking off on first movement and he's picked the right spot. Watch Richie Schaefer come off, receive it, even shuffle inside. Now look, he's got an angle to throw aggressively. He doesn't have to throw over top of the runner.
Greg fouls it into the screen. It's now 1-2. So nicely done there. Two balls, 2 strikes. And he is out on the fastball.
Dwayne, that is 3 times we've seen heaters down in the zone that Red Sox hitters have gotten really long with their swing and gone underneath it. And you don't see that. You'll see him underneath the elevated heater, but the heater down to consistently be swinging underneath. Spin rate.
Yeah, Marrero was the first one.
Yeah, Leone.
Yep.
Craig joined him.
Spin rate. Foul right back. 0-2.
That's what I'm attributing it to.
Okay.
Spin rate.
All right.
It's a buzzword I picked up.
Yep.
Buzz phrase.
Ball stays truer.
Doesn't drop as fast.
There you go.
So you'd be under it.
A foul ball out of play. Well, in that case, it makes sense. If it works up, it would work down the same way.
Yeah.
Yeah. There
He must have a tremendous spin rate.
He probably does. This one in the dirt. Marrero is out on strikes. Aaron Sevilla to Schaefer. Bottom of the fourth coming, no score. All about spin rate. Here is the Geico great moment in history. It was on this date in 2010. Reed Brignac entered the game as a defensive replacement in the top of the 11th. And at the bottom of the inning, gets a walk-off solo home run as the Rays defeated the Yankees 1-0. And there was gumbo and crawfish etouffee all around for everybody that day.
I thought it looked like you got a punch me. You got real aggressive right there. We've heard stories about partners clocking the other one, but just calm it down.
An exciting moment, great moment.
Well, don't raise up on me like that, though.
Home run, a little Cajun food. I know you like Cajun food.
Well, it's got to be the right,
Yeah.
It's got to, the right mix.
Logan Forsythe bounds it off.
Well, here's what it is, and maybe it's just me, and that's fine. Shrimp, even jumbo shrimp, that's a good size.
Yeah.
Lobster, I get that. The crawfish is kind of in between, and it creeps me out. It's just that in between shellfish is creepy.
You get the small ones.
Well, then I go shrimp.
Yeah, you get smaller than that.
Well, I'd go popcorn shrimp. I'll follow you down the food chain.
Okay.
But it's that one layer between jumbo shrimp and lobster that I just cannot handle.
Yeah.
I don't know why. Maybe a bad experience, but it doesn't work.
0-2 pitch. Forsythe skies it to shallow center. And Betts makes the catch on it. One gone. Steven Souza Jr. is on his way to the plate. He grounded out to second his first time. High down the right side, and that ball is going to slice foul out of the reach of Bradley Jr. 1 strike. Souza grounded out to second in the 2nd inning, down in the count here. Steven Souza Jr. back in the Rays lineup here Friday. Had a couple of hits, scored a run, had a run batted in. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Nice take by Souza Jr. We've seen him go after that pitch quite a bit. 0-2 count, try to entice him. He doesn't go for it. Now look out for that breaking ball.
And a big cut and a miss on it. That's exactly what he got. That curveball accounting for the strikeout.
You see it all the time. You see the elevated heater. You go for it. Great. If you don't, I'll just come back with a curveball on the other side of the strike zone. And this one, he does get the chase.
5 strikeouts for Hill. Now it's Tim Beckham. Ball, no strikes. One walk. And 1 hit allowed by the 35-year-old left-hander. Curveball again, and that's in there for a strike. 1-1 the count. And he comes right back with it one more time to run the count to 1-2.
You know, there was a time where you go back to that 07 season, Rich Hill, he would, as a starter, sprinkle in that changeup. That's a pitch we have not seen tonight. It has been exclusively breaking ball, fastball.
Fastball fouled back.
Does give you a range to work with the pitches. He will change the break of the curveball, the speed of the curveball. That's what helps him. A couple different variations of that, and then that fastball right around that 89 to 91 range.
Inside with the fastball. 2-2 of his approach. He's only had, I think, a couple 3-ball counts in this game. He walked Beckham the last time on 4 pitches, and I think he had a 3-2 count on Aaron Sebia. He likes to get things going early. And right back with the curveball, and he strikes out Beckham. 3 up, 3 down in the 4th. No score.
since he took over for his Boston friend John Farrell a month ago. In fact, it was just 8 days ago, Lovullo shaved his head in honor of Farrell as he goes through chemotherapy. And he shaved that head, and he will always visit with John before every game at Fenway Park. Farrell still goes to the games, guys, when the Red Sox are at home, and Kevin Cash has sent him a message and is looking forward on the next road trip to seeing Farrell at Fenway, as, of course, Cash was with Terry Francona and John Farrell for a lot of games in those years when they were together in Boston. Guys, back to you.
Yeah, and we certainly have John Farrell in our thoughts and prayers, and send our very best to him. And Torrey has stepped right in on an interim basis and has run this ball club, done a nice job. Sandy Leon, missing a fastball right there to take the count to 1-1.
And that was another example. Fastball right down the middle, above the knees, swings underneath. Just complete miss. He just does not see that ball. He's not able to project where it's going to end up.
Two balls, 2 strikes. Cut and miss. He's out on strikes again.
This is another awkward swing. A couple of them from Leon. Look at this. I mean, that ball just not at all picking it up well. By you at 90, you know, from the side, you say that's 99, 100 on that swing.
Jackie Bradley Jr. And that's a strike. So 9 strikeouts through 4 1/3. And 1.
There must have been a pretty sweet 500 home run celebration last night on Boston's side. That would have been something to be at. Soiree.
One and 2. Yes, it would. Two balls, 2 strikes. One out, 2-2 pitch. Got him. Up with the fastball. That's strikeout number 10. So Drew Smiley, who started the game with 45 strikeouts in just under 43 innings of work, has 10 strikeouts in 4 2/3 today.
And making it look easy. I mean, he's not tricking these guys. You know, he's mixing his pitches well, don't get me wrong, but there has been just a lot of, here it is, fastball down in the zone, fastball letter high. Just have not been able to measure him up at all.
There's a line drive, and it's grabbed by Beckham, retiring Mookie Betts, and it's 1-2-3 for the Red Sox in the 5th inning. 2 strikeouts and the line drive. And for the 3rd time this year in a game, Smiley has struck out as many as 10. It's on to the bottom of the 5th inning here. The Rays and the Red Sox. Sister Hazel, the latest postgame concert from the Rays, performed Saturday, September 19th, right after the Rays play the Orioles. Come see Sister Hazel's hits, all for you, and change your mind. For info, visit raysbaseball.com/concerts or call 888-FAN-RAYS. Rays up. Richie Schaefer takes a curveball for ball 1. Two and nothing. Fastball is a called strike.
You know, that's something that we've seen all afternoon from Angel Hernandez. The fastball right at the top of the strike zone is being called, a lot of times not. While you're seeing some of those pitches down at the bottom edge of the zone that are not getting the call. But that letter high fastball, or breaking ball for that matter, he has had no hesitation to call that a strike.
3-1 on Schaefer. He goes after the 3-1 fastball and misses it. Full count to Schaefer with Kiermaier on deck. And that hits him on the hand.
Or is he saying that it hit the bat? Angel Hernandez wants some evidence. Now he's saying foul ball. Let's see. Look. Tough to tell there where it got the butt end of the bat or the bottom of the hand.
Let's listen to this.
How about the fact that he asked him to take the glove off? Right here, take the glove off. I want to see. No, I don't see anything. No, foul ball.
Well, we're going to take a look at it. Kevin Cash decided that after that little conference, I want to take a look.
Angel Hernandez PI.
Doing his own investigative work there.
We may be subpoenaed, Dwayne, because we saw it. Yeah, right off the knuckles, it looks like. I think this should go the Rays' way. That ball looked like it was caromed right off the top of the knuckles of Richie Schaefer.
So the Rays are challenging this foul ball call by Angel Hernandez. Rays haven't had many base runners. Had a couple men on in the third. Left runners at first and second. And Schaefer, maybe he was hit by that pitch from Hill. Ted Barrett's down there with Angel Hernandez, and they're going to award him first base, hit by a pitch.
He looked on the wrong spot. He looked at the wrong spot on Richie's hand. He looked at the bottom of the hand when really it was across the knuckles where that ball hit him.
So the Rays got a base runner. Keith Just thinking about that that home glove episode. And I guess you're right. He looked at the wrong part of the hand.
Well, and asking to take off and put on a glove, it can be dicey.
Kiermaier back to the hill, out at second. That's the only one they get on the 1-strike pitch. So Kiermaier reaches on a fielder's choice. Bogart's taking the peg from the pitcher Hill.
Well, Rich Hill was very deliberate in his delivery out to second base, and by doing that, you take away any opportunity to turn the double play. Wanted to make sure to get the lead runner, and with Kiermaier speeding up the line, there's no way you're going to get him.
JP Arancibia. Kiermaier's back in at first. Kiermaier 16 steals. He's been caught 4 times. Went right back over the screen. Now to play. 0-1 to count. Breaking ball is high, 1-1. Good cut at the fastball. It's 1 ball, 2 strikes. Hill's 89, 90, maybe 91 with a fastball.
Can be effective up in the zone, though. We saw it on that last pitch. That arm angle helps create a little bit of deception, the way that ball kind of just shoots out.
2-2.
Obviously facing outside of Kiermaier, a lineup full of right-handed hitters. And so he's even able to create some angle on that fastball in.
Count holds at 2-2. We've seen how that curveball has been the big pitch for him.
It's too plain. And he sweeps it. It covers a wide swath. I mean, he really can start that pitch off the plate away to the righty and take it to the middle, start at middle, take it in off like that.
And that's a strike call. Arancibia thought that might have been wide, but that's a strike 3 call by Angel Hernandez.
Well, this ball, look where he starts it. Off the plate away, off the plate, and it just, look at that, just keeps spinning. I mean, that's incredible, because what can you do with that pitch as a hitter? Maybe foul it off, maybe.
Well, and you mentioned earlier, Leon does a nice job of being patient back there to receive that ball as deep as he can.
Well, at least there's that. But you're right. The closer that you can catch that ball to the chest protector, you let it travel as far as it can. That's going to give Hernandez a better look. No doubt about it. You kind of reach out and stab at that thing, you're going to catch it off the plate. But even that one there, he just lets that thing travel. We talk about hitters letting the ball travel. Here's a great example of a catcher letting the ball travel.
Well, that pitch to Arancibia really is a borderline pitch on the corner. If he does anything but receives it the way he does, you might not get that call.
I bet you don't. Yep. I'll bet you don't. Yeah, you're right. If he extends the hand out there and catches it, you're going to catch it off the plate.
Yep.
And Angel Hernandez is going to say, ball, made it easy for me. you let that thing keep coming right into your chest, and he's like, not only does it look better because you're more on the plate, but then you get the call too.
Geyer down 0-2. Lifts it into right. Bradley Jr. makes the catch. Rays leave one, and we are scoreless through 5. Drew Smiley and Rich Hill, 2 lefties, and they have dominated in this game. 10 strikeouts again for Drew Smiley.
Drew Smiley is really making it look easy, moving the ball around the zone. I'll tell you, he's been spinning that fastball in there and getting a lot of swings and misses. Rich Hill, the fastball, the curveball, been moving the curveball around. That curveball that he starts off the plate away to the righties and then takes it on has been giving him trouble. Like that one there has been giving him trouble all day, and he's been able to spot that fastball enough with enough deception to be effective. This has been quite the pitcher's duel.
Pedroia hitting it on the ground, and he sneaks it through the right side of the infield this time.
Yeah, and that's frustrating too, because you get Pedroia to hit a 14 hopper to the right side, and you want that thing, obviously, if you're Drew Smiley, to being out, leading off an inning. But the Rays defensively moving around, Logan Forsythe, and then you start to see all of that room, and that's what Pedroia sees. And watch him just go out there and pop that ball. That was absolutely deliberate. Early in a count, early in an inning to get a base runner.
Now Bogaerts pitches upstairs. Xander Bogaerts has singled and walked. A couple of steals in this game. The Red Sox were very aggressive on the bases early. 2-0. Steve Geltz up in the bullpen for the Rays. That's a strike. Smiley in his last outing on the road in Detroit made 85 pitches in 5 innings. Got 90 pitches right now, through 100 pitches the time out before that on the road in Baltimore. He had 10 strikeouts against Baltimore. Earlier in the year, he had 10 strikeouts against the Yankees in New York, and again today has hit double figures in strikeouts. Lifted toward the line and right for Souza Jr. And just fair making the catch.
Boy, they've done a nice job against Bogaerts, especially with the fastball in the last couple of nights. Fastball in, they've been able to jam him and get some soft fly balls and pop-ups. That being one of them right there, and that's a big out after the leadoff hit by Pedroia.
Travis Shaw, the hitter, with a strikeout and a ground ball to first to show for the afternoon. Hopping away from Aaron Sebia, but no attempt to move up. One on, one out. It's in there for a strike. 1-1. Strike call.
Yeah, that's the one. That ball up in that area, a lot of times you do not see that pitch called a strike. That was a breaking ball way up in the zone. But that's been the norm today for Angel Hernandez. Wait for it. He did call it a strike.
And it's 2-2. And you know, on that pitch, that breaking ball up, Aaron Sebia did what we were talking about with Leon. He waited back and then held it right there.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, that's what these catchers are getting to be so adept at, knowing what pitch is coming and how they're going to receive it.
And up and out on the fastball, a cut and a miss. Strikeout number 11 for Smiley.
Well, this wasn't even close either. This ball kind of middle of the plate up. Look how far above the swing of Travis Shaw. I mean, he'd have to go up another 3 or 4 inches with that swing to foul it off, let alone to make contact and hit it hard. That's why with Steve Geltz warming up, you're saying not yet, not yet. Empty his tank, because he's been that good.
Rusney Castillo is in the batter's box. And now they have another pickoff here, and Pedroia comes up short at second base. They catch him off. We go to the bottom of the 6th. No score. sixth inning. As promised earlier, we've selected the Data Strong fan photo of the game. Tweet your strongest fan photo to hashtag #SSDataStrongFan for a chance to be featured in an upcoming broadcast brought to you by T-Mobile. A scoreless game heading into the bottom of the sixth inning. Drew Smyly picking up his 11th strikeout, which matches a career high for him. And the first pitch to Mikey Montauk is a curveball, and that's a ball up and away a bit. Montauk has struck out. He's been hit by a pitch. Now 2-0. Smyly with 97 pitches, 11 strikeouts, and a couple of pickoff caught stealings.
Well, and it's late in the season. Drew Smyly working his way back. Interesting season for him. He's made 8 starts. Obviously, in Bud Norris fashion, this being his 9th. And I would say if I'm Kevin Cash right now, my pitch count for Drew Smyly is about $1.50.
There's a strike.
What?
2-2.
I think that would probably get you to the finish line. So he needs to work, increase that, and
building up pitch count. In other words,
building up pitch count. I would absolutely
seriously building it up.
Yeah, he's got some time to make up for, and so I would pitch count him at about 150, and go from there.
Well, he had 10 strikeouts, 4 2/3 in. Picked up another one to end the 6th, so through 6, 11. He had 11 strikeouts in a game in July of 14 against the Angels. Montauk is out. Bogarts to Shaw. Time for the Rays to score a run or two here.
You get the feeling that the Boston Red Sox are going to have a hard time scoring. Obviously, the Rays have had a hard time scoring. That's how good Rich Hill has been today, matching Drew Smyly. But no, in all seriousness, it speaks more of how fun Drew Smyly has been to watch today. I mean, the way that he's gone out and done his work, reminiscent of that 2 starts ago against the Orioles. It was 7 shutout innings with 10 strikeouts. He's looked even better today. And so you'd like to see him keep running back out there, but you understand that he's not going to, and it's probably for the best. Like I said, he's working his way back from injury.
Fastball, then a curveball, and Longoria is down 0-2.
That's the combo all day long. Move it around the zone. Curveball's been tough to pick up for Rays hitters. Ooh.
Straightens him up in there with a fastball. Rich Hill. A long time since he started a game back in 2009. Rays have just 1 hit off him. That hit turned out to be an infield hit by J.P. Arancibia on a ball that I think if Bogarts had a chance to make that play again, he'd make it almost every time.
Yep.
And that's strike 3 called again. Curveball started wide, caught the zone. Strikeout number 8.
How many times have we seen it today? You just give up on it. It's so far off, and it just keeps tracking. Watch Leon let that ball get in there. It's clearly right on the edge. Almost an optical illusion type of pitch.
Logan Forsythe. This one stayed a little wide, according to Angel Hernandez. An opening curveball. Fouled back 1-1. 2 outs, bases empty. Hill has hit a couple batters, walked 1, and has 8 strikeouts, allowing 1 hit. Ground ball to short, picked up by Xander Bogaerts, and they throw to first in time. 3 up, 3 down. We go to the 7th, no score.
Absolutely spectacular. He was pinpoint, good with the fastball. I mean, eliciting a number of swings and misses, able to power it by guys. The occasional breaking ball, you see him take it down in the dirt, get some help from Aaron Sebia, climbing the ladder. Drew Smyly had it all working here this afternoon, and what a job he did in 97 pitches to go 6 and strike out 11. Impressive. Impressive.
He gives way to Steve Geltz, making his 66th appearance. And he faces Rusney Castillo. Seven pitches for Smyly, 60 pitches. Hill has 97 and 60. 97 pitches, 60 strikes. And Hill has the same through 6.
And I guarantee you, both of these offenses are like, please get this guy out of the game. Let us see somebody else, because they have not been able to solve, well, Drew Smyly, his day is done, and the Rays have not been able to solve Rich Hill.
Pitch in on Castillo as he fouls it back. So Smyly has now made 6 starts since coming back. 3 of those have been scoreless starts. Scoreless and give up a couple of runs, scoreless and give up something, scoreless again.
Yeah, I mean, it was the first start, 5 earned. And then 0, then 4 runs, 3 of them earned, then 0, then 4 earned last time out against Detroit, back to 0. He was in line for a good start, a great start, and guess what? He gave it to you.
Two. Hey, there he is. 2 home runs last night.
Little Red Bull to get it going. That gets you. All been there.
Cutting a miss. Castillo out after the fastball. It's a dozen strikeouts for Rays pitching.
And even this one not picked up. Just a powered fastball. Look how late that ball by you. Up and away, no chance.
Alan Craig is grounded out and has struck out. Ground ball headed toward the middle, knocked down, and that's the extent of that. Forsythe tried to backhand it, and an infield hit for Craig.
And you know, with Craig running, you thought even though the middle infielders had to go so far, whoever's going to get to this ball maybe have a chance to make a play. See, Forsythe already shaded up the middle. Closing. Little bit of hesitation there as Tim Beckham's coming right at him and diving. And then everything kind of goes awry.
Evan Marrero. For 2, a couple of strikeouts, and fouls this one. 1 strike to count. Well, everybody in this Boston lineup has struck out at least once, with the exception of Bogaerts, who was single walked and hit a fly ball to right. Line drive off the glove of Beckham into left. Craig advances to second. That ball was hit so hard, Craig didn't have a lot of time to get off of first base, but if he catches it, he might still have a chance of doubling him off. That's how hard that ball was hit.
Oh, well, yeah, let's take a look. This hardest hit ball of the day. And Tim Beckham going for the backhand, just not able to get the glove there in time. Steve Geltz, very rarely do you see a guy able to get on top of that fastball, especially a guy that hasn't seen him that much, but that one was scorched. And now first and second with just 1 out.
Sandy Leon, the catcher, up here. Craig at second, Marrero at first.
One thing I was going to say about doubling off Craig is he might have been so close he could have just fallen back on the bag. That's how quick that ball got out there.
You know, if you looked at his lead, he had a normal lead for him, and you know he's not going to go anywhere, but he had a pretty good sized lead and actually took a step and a half towards second.
Yeah, it would
have been interesting.
Well, Beckham would have backhanded it,
yeah,
and he was down on a knee, so you'd have to go from an awkward position. May have given him enough time to scramble back. We'll never know, but it's something to watch.
Foul ball right back over the screen. 0-2. I mean, that ball off the bat of Marrero was smoked.
Well, I mean, it kind of made you flinch because on both sides you haven't seen a ball hit that hard all afternoon. Like, wait a minute.
Leon strikes out.
I'll tell you what, poor Sandy Leon is having a rough day at the plate. A couple of times right-handed tardy. Here's a split left-handed chasing it far below the zone.
So 2 outs in the 7th inning. Jackie Bradley Jr. due. And we're going to get a pitching change. So 2/3 of an inning for Geltz. Alex Colomé on his way in. Checkers. Epic meals, epic deals. By Grow Financial. Don't go through life, grow through life. And by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% on car insurance. Alex Colomé enters the game for the Rays. Their third pitcher. Gilts 2/3, leaves with 2 men on.
Alex Colomé's become one of the go-to guys at the back end of the Rays bullpen. Big-time leverage situations, this being one of them, a scoring opportunity in a scoreless game with 2 outs and a dangerous hitter at the plate.
Jackie Bradley Jr. There's a strike. Fastball. 94.
It just seems like with Colomé coming out of the bullpen, he throws his pitches with much more conviction, knowing that he doesn't have that many to work with. And he really gets to the point.
Quickly ahead of Bradley. Ooh, pretty close there. A little bit wide. Or was it? A little bit.
And it was harder than 74, I promise you.
Two balls, 2 strikes. Greg the runner at second, Marrero at first with 2 outs. Strike 3 call, fastball gets him looking. 3 more strikeouts for Rays pitching in the inning. 14 combined. 7th inning stretch. No score. Sox wrapping up this series. Bring your puppy pal out to the ballpark Sunday. Enjoy the 10-second dog day at the Rays. Purchase a seat at the TBT party deck for you and your dog and get a Rays-themed dog item. Tickets are limited. This event sure to sell out. Get yours today. Visit RaysBaseball.com/special events. How about Rich Hill, 35-year-old lefty, making his first start since 2009.
Yeah, I mean, and considering that, he's been as impressive as Drew Smyly was. Just moving the ball around the zone. It's been a fastball and a couple different variations of the breaking ball, but he's been able to sweep it down and in. He's been able to catch a lot of hitters looking at it backdoor. There's a couple of them right there. There's just nothing you can do with that pitch. And so Rich Hill has given the Rays that, and looking to do it here in the 7th once again.
So here we go to the bottom of the 7th. Steven Souza Jr. and Beckham and Schaefer. Souza has grounded out and has struck out. Struck out swinging on a curveball in the 4th inning, and that has been a big part of Hill's MO today. Ball 1 to start the bottom of the 7th. Fastball at 89. It's 1-1.
It's kind of like that Drew Smyly fastball. It's just been an invisible today. Just not been able to find it and to hurt it. Same with that breaking ball. He has moved that around. We've seen it in that area, down and in to the right-handed hitters. We've seen him backdoor it to get called strikes. He has been masterful with those 2 pitches here this afternoon.
Tapper, a foul ball.
But here's the thing. Drew Smyly threw the ball great. Geltz, a scoreless inning, a scoreless 2/3. Colome cleans up. So right now, all you need to do is find yourself run into one of them. Scoreless game. You're still just one mistake away from putting yourself in a position to take the lead.
Still a ball, 2 strikes on the foul ball back. And strike 3 call. Fastball got him looking.
You're so afraid of the breaking ball. You're so concerned with the breaking ball that you end up taking a fastball that Souza Jr. probably feels like he should have creamed.
Nine strikeouts for Hill. His career high is 11. Has 9 tonight. Check swing roller fair behind the bag at first. Hill off the mound to cover. Beckham is out. Shaw to Hill. 2 up and 2 down.
First baseman, number 36, Richie Schaefer.
Look at Richie Schaefer up there. Schaefer chatting with Hernandez about that last at bat when he was hit by a pitch. He said, I took off the wrong glove. Had you look at the wrong hand. Sorry about that. .104 pitches for the left-hander Hill. Pitch is wide. Ball misses. 2-0.
I'll dial one up here. These are the counts where you've seen the vast majority of the time a fastball. See if they end up. Go with the breaking ball. How about that?
And a strike. Well, it's been such a great pitch for him. Really all his life, it appears, and today certainly. So he goes with a 2-0 and gets a strike.
Later in the game. Earlier in the game, the 2-0 counts, he brought the heater. But now you get into crunch time, and he's not afraid to throw that pitch. Even 2-0, now 2-1 to get to 2-2. Now if you're Richie Schaefer, you're like, okay, now what? I mean, it's been 4 low to mid 70-mile-an-hour curveballs. Tough pitch to set on.
And curveball and a big cut in the middle. So down 2-0. Here's 3 curveballs, and he strikes him out. Hill in double figures. We're through 7. Still no score. We look at our game summary brought to you by Golden Diamond Source. No score in stark contrast to the first 2 games. The Rays winning Friday night 8-4. Red Sox winning yesterday's game 10-4. And the Rays and the Red Sox scoreless. Just 7 hits in this game combined. 6 by Boston. Mookie Betts leads off the 8th. The pitch is a strike. Betts had a base hit in the 3rd to extend his hitting streak to 18. That's strike 2, 0-2. Ground ball over the mound. Beckham. Now it's Forsythe cutting in front of him, and it'll be an infield hit.
Yeah, and it really didn't matter. That's unfortunate. A couple of good pitches by Colomé, and Betts. Again, the way that he can beat you, the way that he can extend a hitting streak. Look at that little half swing, put the ball in play right in the middle of the field. You force the middle infielders to have to run a long way once it gets by Colomé, and you beat it out.
So speed at first. Now Dustin Pedroia. Pitch is wide. Ground ball second. Forsythe, Beckham, that's one. First base, that's two. So Pedroia grounds into the double play to erase Betts. Suddenly bases empty with two gone on that double play ball.
Wow, perfect pitch. Pedroia goes the other way right to Forsythe. This is as routine as you're going to get on a double play. And flawlessly turned.
Bogarts today has a single and a walk. This is the pitch up. Mid-90s on an opening fastball in this sequence. Two. Pop fly. Kiermaier in center. Red Sox out of the eighth. Rays coming into bat. Scoreless. Series, and in today's game and all season, Tires Plus donates $100 to the Pediatric Cancer Foundation for every Tampa Bay Rays home run televised on Sun Sports. Bottom of the eighth inning will bring on a new pitcher for Boston. Gone is Rich Hill. He works 7, and Gene Machi makes his 18th appearance with a 632 earned run mark.
And he's picked up a couple of saves here for the Red Sox. 15 2/3 innings, 11 strikeouts, 7 walks. So, and obviously the walks, extra base runners, give up some home runs, and you see the ERA. This could be the Rays' chance because they didn't have much of one against Rich Hill.
They got just the one hit, really an infield hit by Aaron Sebia back in the third. Couple of hit batters and a walk. And so it's Kevin Kiermaier to lead off against the Boston right-hander. Strike the count. Fly ball lifted into left. Castillo in line making the catch. Well, J.P. Arencibia due to bat, and Daniel Nava will come off the bench to hit. Nava 2 of 11 pinch hitting on the year. Nava entered the game late in last night's contest. Had a couple of at-bats, had a base hit and a run scored. The first pitch he takes for a strike. Ball around 93. Foul the other way, and out of play it goes. Tommy Lane, the left-hander, in the bullpen. Strike 3 call, almost a quick pitch right there. And Nava putting up a little bit of a squawk with Hernandez.
Yeah, we got used to seeing this with Peralta, and it's exactly what it was, and it was a split. Guess what? He was up in the zone. These pitches have been called all day. I think that's where Nava, his beef wasn't so much on the quick pitch as it was the location of that pitch, but those have been called all afternoon.
Brandon Guyer. And there's a strike. Guyer 0 for 3. And down in the count, 2 strikes.
He's got all 3 of them working here today. The fastball, slider, split.
A little bit of that one foul.
Quick again. Well, this is where you be ready to hit to a new level. Get in that box and be ready at any time once he starts. Any movement.
1 ball, 2 strikes. Popped up. Leone with the mask away. Takes care of that pop foul. 1, 2, 3, go the Rays. On to the ninth. Scoreless. checking options that work as hard as you do. By Kubota. For more information on to find a participating dealer, go to FloridaKubotaDealers.com. And by your Gulf Coast Honda dealers. We're moving into the ninth inning at Tropicana Field today. The Rays and the Red Sox closing out the three-game series. New battery for the Rays. Rene Rivera comes in to do the catching. Aaron Sebia lifted for the pinch hitter, and Brad Boxberger will make his 61st appearance.
Well, no opportunity for a save at this point, so you go to the guy who's gotten you 34 of them, throw up another 0, and hope that you can pull out a run or two in the bottom of the ninth somehow, some way, and win this ball game. And the starting pitchers did their job. Now it becomes a battle of the bullpen and bullpen depth.
Travis Shaw will open the ninth inning. He was 0 for 3, all of that against the Rays lefty starter Drew Smyly. And Smyly had 11 strikeouts in 6 innings. Giltz 2/3, Colomé an inning and a third, and now Brad Boxberger. Shaw takes the fastball down late off the change to start. So he's up in the count against the Rays right-hander, 2-0. Under this one and pops it up. Longoria waiting for this one. One away. Most popular way to follow the action of Rays baseball is with MLB.com at bat. Happens to be the #1 app for live baseball. Enjoy live look-ins, highlights, replay, reviews, scores, StatCast, live radio, and more. Get the MLB.com at-bat app now. Tuesday Castillo. And a single, a walk, and a strikeout. This is a fastball for a strike. Fourth pitcher of the day, Boxberger. 1-1. Henry Ross Jr. up in the bullpen for Boston. That'll be a strike on the edge. 1-2. Alan Craig on deck. Swing and a miss. Fastball up. Castillo could not catch up.
Not even close. We've seen it all afternoon from a myriad of Rays pitchers. Watch how far this ball's missed by. You're not going to get to that ball up and in. Not a chance.
Alan Craig. That's a strike. Ball, one strike. Gets a strikeout there on the corner. Something Hernandez has given all day. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Giving that one because it was a strike on the corner. Good reason to give it. Cutting the miss. Craig out on strikes, and 1, 2, 3 go the Red Sox. Couple of strikeouts in the inning for Boxberger. Bottom of the ninth, coming in a scoreless game. Of this series. That's what's coming up on Rays Live, the pregame show presented by your Gulf Coast Honda dealers. The Rays will be opening a series against the Yankees. Erasmo Ramirez will be after his 11th win. We'll hear from him, and Orestes will break down Alex Rodriguez. In the bottom of the ninth inning, as Jubal Cabrera will pinch hit for Mikey Montas. Gene Monty on the mound. He worked a 1-2-3-8, picked up a strikeout. And now here is Cabrera to lead it off. Longoria next, and Forsythe after him. Pitch is wide. Rays pitching with 16 strikeouts in this game. Now 1-1.
Hard to imagine how Boston has 7 hits.
You know, the Rays had 10 strikeouts in last night's game, and their staff had 12 strikeouts in the game Friday. And the bunt rolling up the third base side. Throw to first is in time. That turned out to be quite a play by Marrero as that ball hugged the line, and he angled over there and got rid of it in time to make the play at first.
Well, a nice idea by Cabrera, looking for a leadoff base runner, and you really could not have bunted this ball any better. Look at how it just stays on the line, but Marrero swooping in, and how quickly he gets rid of it on the line. You don't realize how difficult of a throw that is from that angle. Keeping it, that ball's going to have a lot of sinking action to it, so he's got to start it far left of the first baseman and let that fade right into him, and he gets Cabrera.
Great idea by Cabrera, and a great play by Marrero at third. And now Evan Longoria is due up. Torey Lovullo heads to the mound. He's had some action down there in the bullpen. Ramirez and Ross have been up.
And it's interesting, if Lavulo goes to Ramirez, then Evan Longoria should make a beeline for Aaron Sebia.
Yeah.
There you go.
Talk to him.
See what they're going to do. They're going to do it.
Angel Hernandez out there in the middle of that huddle, and they're going to make the move. So Mache departs after an inning and a third.
Regardless of the outcome, we will have Rays Live, the postgame brought to you by Checkers. Immediately following this game, Rays obviously looking for just their second walk-off win of the season. The first one, ironically enough, came against these Red Sox back on April 23rd. We'll talk Drew Smyly. We'll talk win or lose on Rays Live, the postgame brought to you by Checkers, anchored by our Todd Callis and Doug Wechter, and I'll be in the clubhouse getting interviews afterwards, guys.
Well, thank you very much. Here we are, bottom of the ninth inning. The call does go for Ramirez, who was in here on Friday night, gave up a long home run on the second pitch to J.P. Arencibia. Now he's on to face Evan Longoria. And the pitch is a strike.
Well, he gives you that sidewinder arm slot. J.P. Arencibia had no problem with it.
Close there. It's 1-1.
How about number 20 right here?
And a cut and a miss out in front. 1-2. Arencibia with that left hand wrapped. A little comfort. Really wide there. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Well, Evan needs just 1 home run for his 7th 20-homer season. Only 6 other American League third basemen have done that. And he pops it into shallow center with Bogaerts as shortstop out there making the catch. 2 gone.
The second baseman, number 11,
Logan Forsythe. Slider, and he chased that. Romero and Gomes up in the Rays bullpen. And again, slider, just a little piece of that. 0-2. Wide. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Asdrubal Cabrera, pinch hitting, tried to bunt his way on. He's retired on a fine play by Marrero. Longoria popped out. And now Forsythe is out on strikes. 1, 2, 3, go the Rays, and we head into extra innings. No score. All season long, Jack Link's Beef Jerky, feed your wild side. Back at Tropicana Field, scoreless through the front 9. On to the 10th we go. Brandon Gomes is the new pitcher for the Rays. Boxberger worked a perfect ninth. Couple of strikeouts. And now it's Gomes in there. Gomes pitched an inning in the game here Friday. Devin Marrero. And he chases the pitch up. Strike 1. Well, as we know, the Rays have had a difficult time of it in extra innings this year. Just 2 and 12.
And they've lost 10 in a row in extra innings, and I think that streak, I know that streak will stop here today. You just get the feeling that this is the day that it ends.
Rays won their second extra inning game of the year on June the 3rd when Kevin Kiermaier homered against the Angels in Anaheim, and they won it in 10 innings, 6-5. There's a soft liner into left for a base hit on an 0-2 pitch. Marrero's on for the second time.
If the slider's down, it's a ground ball to short. That's why Brandon Gomes is upset. It stays up. Marrero's backside is going to head towards his dugout, but it's up enough. Look at him peeling out already, but it's up enough he's able to just reach out. Just reaches out and is able to slide that ball into left field. That ball is down, and it's either a swing and a miss or a weak ground ball to Tim Beckham.
Now the catcher, Sandy Leon.
Yes.
So if he can bunt, he pops it up. Rivera takes care of that. So it's been a tough day at the plate for Leon. 3 strikeouts, and he pops up on the sacrifice bunt attempt.
But he was good at receiving the curveball.
Well, he was that.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, from both sides of the plate. And in a scoreless game, I mean, that's where these things get magnified. You know, when it comes right down to it, getting a bunt down, fundamental stuff. Boy, it's glaring when it doesn't get executed.
Jackie Bradley Jr. He takes a fastball for a strike. Line drive to third, out there, and a look, but Marrero's back at first base. Bradley Jr. lines out to Longoria.
Boy, and Evan didn't have to move. Positioned perfectly by himself on the left side, and watch. Yep, just reach up.
Mookie Betts. 2 hits today, extended his hitting streak to 18. Back in the third, had an infield hit in the 8th. That's a strike on the corner. Ground ball headed toward the middle. Beckham comes up with it, but it has no play. And the Red Sox have 2 men on now.
And you got Dustin Pedroia at the plate. Another opportunity here for the Rays to make a pitch and get out of a spot. They've had a couple of these during the course of the game where the Red Sox have put a couple of runners aboard. And they've been able to make the quality pitches. Got to do it again.
Pedroia, single in the 6th, was caught off first and then grounded into a double play in the 8th inning after Betts had opened that inning with a base hit, an infield hit. 2 men on, 2 men out. Pitch is wide.
Well, defensively, Schaefer well off the bag at first. Logan Forsythe shading up the middle. Beckham standard, and Evan a little bit deep and closer to the line. Outfielders shifted a little bit the other way.
2-0.
We've seen Pedroia take one through the right side for a base hit. Also hit into a double play trying to go to the right side. They've kind of narrowed that gap there with Schaefer being pulled off. Not holding the runner. No need.
There's a strike. Get the count to 2-1. Pedroia 1 of 5 against Gomes in his career. Ground ball short. Beckham makes the throw to first. Out there, and that retires Boston. 2 hits, 2 left. Bottom of the 10th coming. Steven Souza Jr. due to lead off. An infield hit by Aaron Sebia in the third. They'll have Steven Souza Jr. to lead off the home half of inning 10. Tim Beckham due to follow, and then Richie Schaefer. Noe Ramirez on the hill for Boston. Souza 0 for 3. Pitch is outside. $16 strikeouts for Rays pitching, 12 strikeouts for Boston pitching. Inside 2-0. Three balls, no strikes.
Take this. You would absolutely take this. Command issues here for Ramirez starting off the bottom of the 10th.
And ball 4 inside. So Ramirez gives up a 4-pitch walk to open the bottom of the 10th.
And now do you bunt Tim Beckham? Do you play the small ball game? Or see if Ramirez continues to struggle with command, maybe puts himself in a bad count. 1 run, that's what you need.
Beckham 0 for 2 with a walk. A minimum number of base runners for the Rays. Couple of hit batters, a couple of walks, 1 hit.
Well, you've been gifted a base runner here. Leadoff base runner, especially leadoff walks, so often come around.
The second time today the Rays have put the leadoff man on. Schaefer was hit by a pitch in the 5th inning. It's the only other time. Strike on the outside part of the plate. And now Charlie Montoyo wants to talk with Beckham. Makes you wonder.
Hey, you didn't hear this from me, but I'm going to go ahead and lay one down.
Marrero, interesting, their third baseman Marrero taking a look over at Charlie as well.
See if he was deking him. You know, and a lot of times that move right there, if you get the runner, great, but a lot of times it's designed that, you know, if a hitter gives up that he's going to bunt a little bit too soon. You see that quick movement from the pitcher, and all of a sudden you start to flinch like you're going to square around. That's a tip-off, obviously, and that's what the defense right now is looking for.
And there is the bunt attempt, and it's foul.
Yeah, see, he squared around a little bit later so as not to tip off once he knows that the pitcher is well into his delivery and just not able to get it down and execute it. The problem with this is, you know, first time he tries the bunt, doesn't go well, but now there's 2 strikes. Or maybe that was part of the plan by Tim Beckham. Get to 2 strikes.
Well, he starts it at bat many times, 0-2.
Yeah.
There's the fly ball into left. In comes Castillo. That's the first out. And Souza remains at first. Schaefer will be recalled. James Loney has the bat, and he will hit now for Schaefer.
Number 21, James Loney.
And with Loney announced, Lovello out. And he's going to go to the bullpen. So pitching change here in the bottom of the Fox Sports Supports is proud to team up with the Boys and Girls Clubs of America. Boys and Girls Clubs help young people reach their full potential and productive, caring, and responsible citizens through programs promoting character and leadership, education, healthy lifestyles, and more. For information, visit foxsportssupports.com. Here's James Loney to pinch hit for Tommy Lane. To face Lane, pinch hitting for Schaefer. And a toss over to first with Souza Jr., the runner there. Around his feet. Ball, no strikes. Lane was in the game on Friday for a third of an inning. He came on to face Kevin Kiermaier and got him on a line drive to third. Now he faces another lefty and James Loney. Move over to first, just as Souza appeared to be making a little move over there. To first. Straight back to the bag by Souza.
Well, Souza Jr., one of the guys that'll run in this Rays lineup. So you've got to keep your eye on him. The lead not overly big. He's going to go off of first movement anyway if he does go. Definitely has the attention of Lane. That's the old hold and step off too. Couple of pickoffs, hold and step off. See if Souza Jr. is trying to time him up and gets a little bit of a false break. Any little tip off that he may be going here. The cat and mouse game of a scoreless game here in the 10th.
This one is down 2-0.
Yeah, the risk that you run out on the mound is you're playing such games with Steven Souza Jr. You forget about the hitter that's at the plate that ultimately will decide.
And it's pulled foul, a broken bat. Fastball in on him. So the count is now 2-1. And Leon, the catcher, does have a good arm. Miss. Tougher angle there against the lefty.
Well, he's another lefty that's lanky, you know, and he's not right over the top. He's kind of out there 3/4 and trying to create some deception, and that's, you know, that's the arm angle. And you see he's on the far first base side of the rubber. So to James Loney, the release point looks like it's behind him.
2-2. Loney sends a fly ball into right. Bradley Jr. makes the catch. So 2 outs with Souza Jr. still aboard at first after the leadoff walk. And another left-handed bat, Kevin Kiermaier, coming up. So he'll be looking at Lane for the second time in this series after facing him Friday night. Kiermaier 0 for 3. Souza diving back in there. The first sign of a move. The ball, no strikes. Two and 0. And ball 3. So 3 misses to Kiermaier. Rene Rivera would be next. He's the guy who walked it off against the Red Sox here at the Trop back in the 3rd week of April. And there's ball 4. Souza will move to second. Kiermaier over to first. 2 walks. Rene Rivera due to be the hitter. See what the Rays do here as Rivera disappears into the dugout. Joey Butler has a bat.
You would think that Torey Lovullo would then go to Alexi Ogando out of the bullpen. Maybe not. Pitching coach Carl Willis headed to the mound. Well, Joey Butler, we know this, up the middle the other way. That is his bread and butter. Does a nice job of staying inside the baseball. Looks to use the middle of the field, not afraid to go to right field.
Well, it would appear they will stay with Lane with Willis out there.
Yep.
Official at bats for Butler against Lane. So here we go. 2 walks, and the Rays have a shot with 2 outs.
Now this is the matchup they're going to pitch. You know, that's the one thing about September with the benches so deep. You can afford to burn a guy to get the matchup that you want. So they're going to go with Lane against Butler. Got a chance to end it. Loves keeping an eye on Souza Jr. Very nervous.
Butler takes ball 1. Butler had a base hit to right field in last night's game. Takes that pitch for a strike. It's 1-1. Souza can run out there at second base. Turn, but nothing doing.
Trying to keep them close. That's all they're trying to do.
That's inside. 2-1. Rays have had 1 hit all day, and that was that little infield hit in the 3rd. And you figure, we talked about it in the aftermath of that, Bogart's going to make that play and throw out Aaron Sevilla almost every time.
Oh, yeah, you're absolutely right. Absolutely right. I mean, there's a chance that you could be in this situation right now, being no hit.
Yep.
And a good chance. But all it takes is 1 more right now, baby.
That's it. Just 1 hit. Maybe hit it a little toward right center. Oh, that's a strike.
That would have been the pitch to do it. Man.
Yeah.
But that's that pitch up in the zone. You know, and I know right there, he's sitting right on top of the zone, but that has been a strike all day. I mean, Angel Hernandez has been consistent with that call, whether you like it or not.
2-2 and a foul ball. So he'll see another one. Two men on, 2 men out, 2-2 the count. And now we have ball 3.
Well, and this is bonus because it puts the runners in motion. You get everybody. I'm sure that will facilitate 1 more inside move from Tommy Lane. Now this is what Sandy Leone, he's going out to tell him that was the sign for the inside move for Souza Jr. behind you. Yeah, you pick your leg up, you spin to the inside, and you see if he leaves early. And that's what you got to do if you're Souza Jr. Make sure that he is delivering to home plate before you take off. You're going to have a full head of steam.
3-2, swing and a miss. Butler strikes out. The Rays lead 2, and we're going to go in to inning number 11. Still tied, no score. by Jack Link's Beef Jerky all season long. Jack Link's Beef Jerky, feed your wild side. Moving into the 11th inning. Rays and the Red Sox. Luke Maile takes over behind the plate. Rivera lifted for the pinch hitter, and James Loney stays on to play first base. Xander Bogaerts will open the 11th against Brandon Gomes. Gomes worked the 10th, gave up a couple hits, left those men aboard. And a first pitch strike in there to Bogaerts. Travis Shaw next, and then Castillo. The Rays have Eddie Romero throwing in the bullpen. Oh, 2. And that takes care of Bogaerts. He's out on strikes. Nice slider right there. 17th strikeout for Rays pitching today.
This one, he just continued to take the breaking ball further and further off the plate. Bogaerts had no chance on that swing. Boy, where runs were so easy to come by the first couple of games of this series, you wonder how anybody's going to score today. And a couple opportunities here and there.
Travis Shaw, the pitch is inside. The Rays really do not have a clean hit today. The one hit they had, as we discussed last inning, Boston with 9 hits. They've left 8 men on base, including the 2 men in the 10th. There's a strike, 1-1. Out of play. And it's a 1-2 count. Smiley worked 6 innings for the Rays. Geltz 2/3, Colome an inning and a third, Boxberger an inning. Gomes worked the 10th. And now pitching here in the 11th inning. And a foul ball. Just enough to stay alive for Shaw.
Well, and if you're Brandon Gomes, just take note. Look how far he was willing to go off the plate. This split out of the hand was a ball. You're fully in charge of this at bat as far as the count goes. Expand that zone, make it real big.
It's 2-2. Thursday Castillo will be next. Fly ball back into right field. Souza will go to the wall. He's going to leap. He's got it. Souza just in front of the wall out there makes a leaping catch to keep it from going to the wall. 2 gone.
Yeah, I wonder if Souza Jr. just got caught not knowing where he was. This ball pulled by Shaw away. Not going to get out, but it's going to get up. Catches it right before the lip and makes the catch for the second out.
Certainly appreciated by Brandon Gomes.
They just make the catch. I don't care how you do it.
Castillo on a base hit into center.
Got to get there.
Cutting across. Picked up by Geyer. Throw to second's a little bit offline, and it's a double for Castillo.
Boy, you could see that was trouble off of the bat from where the Rays outfielders were playing and how hard the ball was hit. That had a chance to get deep into the gap, and if it did, Castillo would take advantage. Boy, look how spread they are. And he splits them with authority. So that's going to be deep. You see, that's why Kiermaier's sliding, and Castillo already sniffing out a double. You can see the bench behind him exhorting him on, and he's able to get in with 2 outs.
It's his 7th double of the year. Alan Craig. Craig had a base hit in the 7th. He is 1 for 4. He takes a strike. Ross up again. Ogando again. Up. Ogando the righty. Ross the lefty. Foul. 0-2. Couple of sliders there.
They're going old school rally hat.
Yep.
I like it. We don't see that much anymore. Ultimately, you hope it goes for naught, of course. That's like college. Boston College.
The 0-2. Just a little piece of that one. Another slider.
And we saw Brandon Gomes do this with Xander Bogaerts. Continue to walk that slider off the plate. See how far he was willing to swing. Craig has continued to follow him out there. Barely got a piece of that. Is he going to try to sweep it a little further or come with something different?
And he got it. Tagged by Maile. Stayed right with the slider, and Craig strikes out. A double and a man left. Bottom of the 11th coming, no score. The Rays have been out hit 10-1, but no scores in this game. So we'll just keep going.
Not much longer.
And Alexei Ogando will make his 58th appearance.
Now 58 2/3 innings, 48 strikeouts, 24 walks, has given up 12 home runs. That would solve the problem.
Grady Sizemore will pinch hit to open the bottom of the 11th inning. He'll bat for Geyer. Pitch is away.
Now they got the shift against Grady Sizemore. Everybody right back at the outer lip. See that? Just covering this ground. You got to respect the speed, so you can't play too deep out into right field if you're the second baseman.
It's low. Well, the Rays today have that one infield hit. They've drawn 3 walks and they've had 2 batters hit by a pitch. So it's time something happened offensively here in the 11th.
You know, I mean, for a team that, and both of these teams really have been swinging the bat, 2 highest averages in Major League Baseball since the 1st of August. You wouldn't have known it watching today's game. The pitching has been good and it's been clutch, but you would expect something to happen.
2-0 is popped up by Sizemore, and the third baseman makes the catch. Marrero. Now Asdrubal Cabrera. Cabrera with a couple hits in his career. Off Ogando, he is 2 for 6. He missed the fastball. And arriving in the mid-90s.
Yeah, still able to get it up there in that very good velocity range.
1-1. This one lifted into short center. Coming in, it's Betts, and he's having trouble, but he managed to hang on. Boy, a last-second adjustment there, and he just did make the play.
Boy, and getting hugs from his teammates. That's how important that play was. He is able to corral this ball right before. He got a little bit of traffic there, fully extended with the glove and the arm, and it finds its way into the pocket. Boy, it was late. I think Betts there thought someone else was going to take it, and realizing nobody was, scrambled and made that play.
Yeah, Bogaerts kept going out there, kept going, and it appeared he might make the catch, and that made it difficult for Betts.
And that's why the full embrace by Bogaerts. Realizing, you know what, I may have caused some of this.
One strike to count now on Evan Longoria. Evan 0 for 4. Gondo misses. 1-1. Well, Evan Longoria, for that reason right there, might be the guy to have at the plate. 7 of 14 with 2 home runs against Ogando. Strike on the corner. 1 ball, 2 strikes. It's amazing how close the Rays have been to being no hit today. Only 1 hit, 2 outs into the 11th. There's one into right field, and it's going to be caught by Bradley Jr. And he had trouble as he approached it, but managed to get the glove up there and make the catch. Rays are out in the 11th inning. 1, 2, 3. 12th inning coming up. Sox, no score. 0-10-0 for Boston with 9 left. 0-1-0 for the Rays. They've left 6. Grady Sizemore now in the game and left. Enny Romero on the mound, and he faces Devin Marrero, the third baseman. First pitch is a strike. Gomes worked 2 innings. Couple strikeouts and 3 hits, no runs. One and one. Pitcher number 6 on the hill now for the Rays. Romero. Fly ball into center. That's Kiermaier. 1 away. Here's the breakout for the bullpen so far after Smiley worked the front 6.
Well, we wouldn't be here. They hadn't given up nothing. Got all caught up over here. They've done an excellent job. I mean, Drew Smiley kind of set the tone, but then Geltz, Colomé, Boxberger, Brandon Gomes and Colomé going more than an inning. And Enny Romero in there now.
Sandy Leon takes one a little wide, 1-0. Leon 3 strikeouts, and then he tried to bunt back in the 10th and popped out to the catcher. 1-1. The right-hander Hembry up in the bullpen. He was in the game last night. 1-2 the count to Leon. Jackie Bradley Jr. on deck. Foul ball. Well, Minnesota leads the White Sox. That game's in the Bottom of the 8th in Chicago, 7-0 Twins. Texas leading Oakland 6-0 in Arlington, bottom of the 5th. Angels have a 2-0 lead on Houston in Anaheim in the top of the 4th inning. All of those games relevant to the Rays if they hope to remain at least a factor in the potential wild card. Yankees have a 5-0 lead over the Blue Jays. They've beaten them. That's 5-0 the final. Foul right back into the screen. And Kansas City and Baltimore tonight. Another foul ball here. The battle between Romero and Leon. Smiley had 11 strikeouts in 6 innings. Rays staff with 18 strikeouts today. And now 19. Leon out on strikes for the 4th time and out number 2 in the 12th.
That didn't come easy for Eddie Romero, but he just continues to pump that fastball in there. And this one was center cut. He wins on velocity.
There's a strike to Bradley Jr.
I'll tell you what, how about Eddie Romero filling up the strike zone? This is what, you know, you saw inkling of it here, there. He's been so much better at being able to consistently throw strikes.
Yeah, that's why you stay with a guy like him who had struggled to put all that together, but you could see the arm through it all, and we're starting to see him put things together.
Well, and when you go down to the minor leagues, you'll see arm, you'll see big velocity. They just can never harness it. Eddie Romero has shown enough each stint with the Rays that this is the best we've seen him look. And he's got that little slider to go along with it. So you think about the ability to command the fastball in the zone, move it around the zone in the upper 90s, mid to upper 90s, and then that tight little slider to go along. Hello.
There's a one hopper up the middle. Beckham positioned perfectly. 1, 2, 3 here in the 12th. Bottom of the inning coming up. Logan Forsythe will lead off. Lineup to feature Forsythe, Souza Jr., and Beckham. And we'll see the 6th pitcher for Boston, Keith Hembree. He was in the game here the other night, making his 12th appearance, 13th on the year today.
Now right here, 2 walks, 17 innings, just 2 walks. He's going to be around the plate, be ready to go.
Richie Schaefer hit a home run off him in the 8th inning last night. And he can get that ball up there in the mid-90s pretty quickly. Logan Forsythe takes a first pitch fastball for a strike. 19 strikeouts for the Rays staff today. That's a high foul out of play. And the 19 strikeouts, a high here at Tropicana Field. Their record high is 21 strikeouts. Out to second, Pedroia handles this, and Forsythe is the first out. In July of 2012, the Rays staff had 21 strikeouts on the road in Oakland. 19 today. Steven Souza Jr. Ground ball fair. Past the third baseman up the line. Castillo will make the pickup. Souza heads to second in with a double. Man in scoring position on the 12th double of the year by Steven Souza Jr.
Well, and you know what? Marrero down there, even with the bag, and this ball smoked, he's got no time to react. If he's playing normal depth, even if he's playing close to the line, he's got a chance to make that play. But even with the bag, even in on the turf, and Souza Jr. blisters that ball right by him, and now the Rays got a couple of shots to get him in.
Well, there it is, getting by Marrero.
I mean, that's right to standard third base where you would play a guy. And Marrero a little off the bag, in on the turf, cuts down on the reaction time.
Well, now John Jaso will pinch hit for Tim Beckham. So the Rays get the left-handed bat of Jaso with first base open, and the Red Sox will walk in. So with first base open, that doesn't mean anything over there. And the Red Sox will issue the intentional walk with James Loney now due to follow. And with one out in the inning, the Red Sox set up the double play possibility and avoid facing Jaso. So it'll be Loney, 2 men on and 1 out.
First baseman, number 21, James Loney.
Loney pinch hitting in the 10th, hit a fly ball to right. A double and an intentional walk with 1 out. Which is wide. 1 ball, no strikes. Souza, good speed at second base. Loney takes a strike. And they're around 95. Rays had a couple of men on in the 10th inning, went down in order in the 11th. And now a threat with one out in the 12th. One and two. Again, the hard stuff.
And able to power that one by him. James Loney just a little bit tardy on that swing. He's seen a couple of now. You start to time it up. He's got to do it again.
Ground ball short. Bogarts out at second, out at first. So they get the double play. 6-4-3. And our game will move into the 13th with no score. No score. Stay tuned to Fox's Sun Sports all day to catch Saltwater Sundays. Real Florida fishermen watch Fox Sun Sports. Nick Franklin takes over at shortstop now. Mookie Betts to lead off the 13th. And the pitch to him is high. The Boston center fielder with 3 hits, 3 for 5. 2 of those have been infield hits. Pops it up, foul ball, and Loney is after it with room and makes the catch. So the leadoff man retired in the 13th. Brings up Dustin Pedroia.
Number 15, Dustin Pedroia.
So Romero here dealing with the top side of the order. And he worked a 1, 2, 3, 12. Pitch is down. Cut, and the count is 1-1. Pedroia had a base hit in the 6th inning. We get 1 for 5 so far. Base hit into center. So the Boston second baseman is aboard. It's the 11th hit for Boston. Xander Bogaerts will be up. His hit came back in the first. Also a walk and a couple of stolen bases today. The pitch is a strike. Andrew Bellotti will start to loosen in the bullpen. Liner into center. That's going to fall for a base hit. Kiermaier quickly in. And now it's first and second. So back-to-back singles. And the Red Sox have a threat in the 13th.
Back-to-back singles that, I mean, carbon copy. Pedroia, Bogaerts, line drives into center field, dropping in front of Kiermaier. Kiermaier hustling in for any thought of Pedroia trying to stretch it to third base.
And the conference on the mound, Jim Hickey spending some time out there with Romero. Travis Shaw is the hitter due. And then behind him, Castillo.
We've seen no movement from the Boston bench here this afternoon. I mean, they've rolled out their guys, and that's who they're going with.
And you see Shaw 0 for 5. Now hitting in the 13th inning. So a bit of a spot here for Romero. Pitch is low. Ground ball, that's going to go through into right. Souza with the pickup. And Pedroia stops at third. 3 consecutive hits for Boston in the 13th.
Now you see this is a little bit of a slider, acting more like a cutter. And Shaw able to extend, go down and get it. Bogaerts a nice job of jumping over top of that baseball, or he would have been out. And that's going to finish the afternoon here for Enny Romero.
So the pitching change coming. Kevin Cash out of the dugout. Pedroia, Bogarts, and Shaw. Jenny Romero leaves after an inning and a third, and Andrew Bellotti will be on, making his 9th appearance with a mark of 3-1.
Well, and in a very difficult spot here. However, the hitters that are coming up here, Rusney, Castillo, we've seen him vulnerable to expanding the zone, and Alan Craig is having a tough time himself. So you make some pitches here, and it's not as dire as it may look right now. That's what that man right there, Kevin Cash, is hoping for after Boston. It's been a quiet afternoon as far as the scoreboard goes, but 3 straight singles may change that. Bellotti's got to be good.
Bellotti worked an inning in last night's game. He got Castillo on a line drive to second base last night.
Infield in. Aggressive setup, looking to cut that run off at the plate.
Castillo takes the first pitch, first strike. Slider. Sizemore. 2 runs will score. Pedroia and Bogarts crossing the plate. The Red Sox have put 4 hits together, and they've taken the lead.
And the race to home plate was pretty tight because Pedroia held up at third. Here's the fastball. It's middle, and Castillo, that ball was working its way right back into his swing. Look at Pedroia going back, thinking he may have to tag. Bogarts got a much better read, and that's what allowed him to come all the way around from second and score easily.
So it's 2-0 with Boston putting up these 2 runs in the 13th. Here's Alan Craig. Pitch is a strike. One ball, 1 strike. Bobby Ross Jr. now up in the bullpen. One and two. Ground ball back to the mound. Out at second, out at first. Franklin in the middle of that double play. Not sure you draw it up exactly that way, but they get 2. And so do the Red Sox. They get 2 runs in the 13th. We go to the bottom with the score. Boston 2 and the Rays nothing. runs coming in the 13th. The Rays, no runs on 2 hits after putting up a threat in the bottom of the 12th inning. 19 strikeouts, ties the season high for the Rays. And the difference, Rusney Castillo's base hit in the top of the inning, driving in 2. And now Robbie Ross Jr. is on for Boston.
Well, 53 2/3 innings, 47 strikeouts. He's going to see Kiermaier and Maile right out of the gate. Like to get some speed aboard here. And you need base runners.
Kiermaier will take the first pitch for a strike. Ground ball. Grabbed there by Pedroia. The throw to first is in time. That's the first out.
How big was that play? How big was that play? That ball sneaks out into right field. You've got life. You've got you're one swing away. You've got speed on the base paths. Kevin tries to pull this ball in the hole, and a nice play by Pedroia. He has had a heck of a day out there at second base.
The hitter is Luke Maile. Cut and a miss, strike 1. Maile had a double and a run batted in last night, his first big league hit. And quickly is behind in the count 0-2. Double came in a pinch hit roll in the 7th inning.
Ball was drilled out into right center field. One hop into the wall, knocked in a run while he was at it.
Takes it wide. 1 ball, 2 strikes. And a pop up right side, drifting into foul territory. Shaw makes the catch. So 2 up, 2 down for the Rays here in the bottom of the 13th. So Grady Sizemore now matching up against Robbie Ross Jr. lefty on lefty. Sizemore called upon to pinch hit in the 11th, popped to third. And there's a base hit struck up the middle. And the Rays with 2 outs have a man at first base. And they'll get Asdrubal Cabrera to the plate. He's serving now as the DH.
You have visions of that right-handed 2-run homer off Chris Sale?
Yeah.
Why not? You know that's what he's gunning for. Robbie Ross, he's going to challenge you. Asdrubal Cabrera has been swinging the bat tremendously from both sides of the plate, showing power from both sides of the plate.
And that first pitch taken for a strike. Oh, he was gunning for it there. Big cut.
That ball was meant to be in. Robbie Ross Jr. left it right out over the heart of the plate in drive me land, and just enough velocity to get it by the big cut of Cabrera. Down to your last strike now.
Upstairs. 1 ball, 2 strikes. He's out on strikes. And in 13 innings, the Red Sox win this one 2-0. For Boston, 2-14-0 with 10 left. For the Rays, no runs, 3 hits, no errors with 8 left. Embry the winner, Romero the losing pitcher. Ross Jr. will pick up the save before 15,402. And the Boston Red Sox outlast the Rays in 13 innings. For Brian Anderson and the rest of our crew, Dwayne Stats, hope you've enjoyed the telecast and not the outcome. We'll be with you tomorrow, beginning at 6:30, our coverage on Sun Sports as the Rays play host to the New York Yankees. Rays Live, the postgame presented by Checkers, comes your way next.